you know. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is called to order. Our first order of business is introductions and recognitions. Chancellor Creighton, Ms. Warren, in President Hawkins' absence, President Haney, President Skuvanek, President Lang, and Dr. Rice Spearman, please present your introductions and recognitions. Chancellor.
Thank you, Chairman Campbell, Regents, Presidents, everyone joining us today. It's good to be back in Lubbock for the second board meeting as Chancellor. After 5 months officially being on the job, I wanted to take the opportunity before my formal introductions to reiterate my appreciation for entrusting me with the honor of serving as Chancellor, and also to underscore my commitment and excitement in leading this incredible Texas Tech University system. Today we have a long agenda, but I wanted to briefly touch on a few important developments since we last met in February. Last month we released the system-wide course content review findings and guidance memo under the leadership of Regents Sinclair and Sweat and the ACS committee. This was a thorough and thoughtful and disciplined process. I want to recognize our presidents, provosts, deans, department chairs, and faculty for their leadership and professionalism. Across more than 14,000 courses offered system-wide this spring, less than 2% resulted in any recommended modifications, but more importantly, this effort showed the Texas Tech University system is helping define what compliance and accountability look like for the state and the nation through a decisive approach that reinforces academic integrity, but also ensures our students earn degrees of the highest value that prepare them for the future in this quickly evolving workforce. We have also continued making significant progress in our partnership with NVIDIA as we prepare for the GB300 high-performance chip installation at the Texas Tech Innovation Hub right here on 4th Street. West Texas has always helped power America, but while that legacy remains, the future is expanding heavily into agentic AI. The next great Texas boom will be built around computing power, artificial intelligence, energy, and national security. And the Texas Tech University system is positioning itself to lead that frontier among all universities in America. Across our campuses, we've honored several outstanding faculty members with the Chancellor's Council Distinguished Faculty Awards, the Texas Tech University system's highest faculty honors. I've also spent a great deal of time on the road visiting our campuses, meeting with faculty, researchers, our students, and community and industry partners across the state, from the Permian Strategic Partnership to the Texas Tech Foundation Board in Amarillo, and lots of community engagement in between. What continues to stand out is the strength of our people and the momentum building across this system. The collective strength of the Texas Tech University system brand is something we should all continue to champion. Our accomplishments, our growth, our expanding national profile are all drawing attention well beyond Texas. Together, we're building a university system that's not only competing at the highest level, but one that is increasingly setting the standard for the future of higher education in this state and across the country. At this time, I have a few introductions to offer. As our system continues to grow in both size and complexity, attracting talented individuals to lead key areas of our organization is crucial to our long-term success. I'm excited to introduce and welcome 3 individuals who bring tremendous experience and expertise to the Texas Tech University system team. Dr. Marcy Huey, if you would stand, please. I'd like to recognize Dr. Marcy Huey, who joined us as Assistant Vice Chancellor of Risk and Compliance. In this role, Dr. Huey oversees risk assurance, risk financing, and compliance efforts across the system. These responsibilities are incredibly important as we continue to strengthen accountability and ensure we're operating at the highest level across all areas of the organization. Dr. Huey is a certified compliance and ethics professional who comes to us from the University of Alabama system, where she served as Director of Compliance and previously as Executive Director for Institutional Compliance at the University of Alabama as well. She earned both her bachelor's degree in biochemistry and her master's degree in chemistry from Auburn University, and later completed her PhD in interdisciplinary studies at the University of Alabama. Dr. Huey, we're grateful to have you. Look forward to your leadership in this critical area. Let's give Dr. Huey a round of applause. Next, I'd like to welcome Ernie Berry. Ernie joined us in October as treasurer of the Texas Tech University system. He brings more than 25 years of experience in higher education, finance, and oversees our debt portfolio and operating cash management, responsibilities that are vital to ensuring the financial strength and the stability of our system. Prior to joining us, Ernie spent 25 years at Southern Methodist University, where he served as Vice President of Finance, and earlier in his career, he also worked at MetLife and PricewaterhouseCoopers. Ernie earned his bachelor's degree from Eastern Kentucky University and his MBA from SMU. Originally from Dayton, Ohio, Ernie now calls Texas home, and we're especially glad to claim him as part of the Red Raider family. His wife, Holly, is a proud Texas Tech graduate and Lubbock native, and their daughter, Grace, is currently pursuing graduate studies at Texas Tech. Ernie, thank you for joining us. We're excited about the expertise you bring, and let's give Ernie a round of applause. And finally, I'd like to recognize Trey Vick. Trey, if you would stand. Trey is our new Executive Director of Business Development, Real Estate, and Assets. This is an important new role for our system and reflects the continued growth of our institutions and the expanding portfolio of assets we manage across the state, as well as special projects. Trey brings nearly a decade of leadership experience from Texas Park and Wildlife, where he managed the land conservation program and oversaw significant land and asset initiatives, as well as real estate matters for the department's extensive 1.3 million acre portfolio. He brings private sector experience from AmREIT, where he worked in retail and commercial development and construction, and a graduate of Texas State University. Trey lives in Cisco before moving to Lubbock with his wife, Connie, and their 4 children, and also has strong ties to our system, including his youngest daughter, Lainey, who will attend Texas Tech this fall in the Huckabee College of Architecture, and another who is considering Angelo State's commercial aviation program. Trey brings the kind of strategic leadership and operational expertise we need to continue to thoughtfully manage and maximize our real estate assets and other assets. We're thrilled to have him. Trey, welcome. Let's give Trey a round of applause. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my opening remarks and introductions.
Thank you. Who's next? Dr. Stevenak?
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 introductions this morning. We have not yet been able to recognize the football team that won the Big 12 championship, and so today we're very delighted to do that. We have with us here today a very dear friend and associate head football coach Kenny Perry, and we have 4 outstanding Texas Tech student athletes: Cameron Dickey, John Curry, Ben Roberts, and Jacob Ponton. Would you please stand? It gets better. So let me tell you a little bit about this team. They won a record 12 games. They were the first football team at Texas Tech to finish the season in the top 10 at number 7 ranking. They went to the CFP. And in winning the Big 12 title, that was our first outright conference championship since 1955. So it was an exceptional season. But the way they represented this university and brought the Red Raider Nation together was truly exceptional. There's some great players on that team. You know, David Bailey went second in the draft, and Jacob Rodriguez was in the second round. But these guys are about the future, and it's a great future. And with that, we want to share a video that sort of says more than something about the football team. It says something about Texas Tech and West Texas. So.
I have a story to tell you. A story about a team that didn't wait for respect. They went out and earned it.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. And I've been waiting for this moment for all my life.
See, in West Texas, we're no strangers to hard work. Wind will push you. Sun will drain you. Life will knock you around just to see if you'll stand back up. Out here, when you strike oil, the gusher's seen from miles away. Texas Tech didn't climb the rankings. They blew the doors off them. A surge so loud, so violent, the whole country had to look west. And now, it all leads here. The Big 12 championship in the Lone Star State. The state built around Friday night lights, college football, and the Dallas Cowboys. People have their opinions they doubt. Let them talk. Besides, I hear the moral high ground gets real windy at night. Red Raiders don't answer to noise. They answer to work. And when hammer meets hand, hammer wins. The team didn't stumble their way here. They fought for every yard, every stop, every long night that nobody else saw. Then every now and then, a moment comes along that's bigger than a season. This, right here, is one of those moments. The Big 12 title isn't just a trophy, it's a reckoning. It's every player who bled for the Double T standing behind you. It's for every fan who held on to the hopes that this moment would come. Well, that day is here, right now, in front of you. Close enough to touch, if you're strong enough to claim it.
Interception by Rodriguez. Goes towards the end zone. Caught. Douglas. Touchdown, Red Raiders.
This is Texas Tech's shot. Now go and take it.
Coach Perry, would you mind making a few comments?
Kenny, the best part of that video was the fumble recovery in K-State and Lawrence in the end zone with his hands raising like.
Yeah, we saw that Sunday when we came back. Coach showed that in the team meeting, and President Suvanek still has some pretty athletic moves. He was up on his toes, and all of our players encouraged, like, yeah, he was going. Curry didn't know if he's supposed to go over there and hug him or what. We said, don't do that. You might hurt him. So no, but. We have a saying in our locker room, our coaches and our players, is how lucky are we? And we are lucky. We're really blessed to work here with such an unbelievable board, our president and our athletic director. Man, this place is unbelievable. You know, I've been doing this 35 years, and there's no place like anywhere else. You know, that Big 12 championship game, I played at Houston, and there wasn't a dry eye in that room. On the bus ride over there, our players, it was unbelievable. And for what you guys do for us, it's phenomenal. We appreciate it. Our players appreciate it. I know our alumni, our fan base, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be back again this year. Thank you guys. It's incredible. It's just different, man. This place is unbelievable for what we have, our facilities, and you know our students. This year, these guys 3.23. It's the highest GPA we've ever had. Just great year in, year out for what we have to work with, and we appreciate what you guys do. Thank you guys very much, and like I said, We're going to keep doing it. We're going to make you guys proud. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, guys.
Lawrence, you might also mention that Joey's not here today, but he's got a really good excuse. He had promised his wife Debbie that if they won the Big 12 championship, that he would take her on a trip, and so Monday he left for Italy for a couple of weeks, and much deserved vacation, and so that's one of the few things that would be more important than being here today. So.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that, Regent Womble. And at this time, I would like to call our athletic director, Kirby Hokut, forward to make a very special presentation of a very special person.
Thank you, President Skuvenek, and good morning. That is a challenging moment to top, but I think we're up for it here. For 27 years, Coach Kitley has represented Texas Tech with excellence, integrity, and relentless competitive success, becoming the longest tenured head coach in the history of our athletics department. He's one of only 2 coaches in Texas Tech history to lead a program to a team national championship. But his impact goes far beyond this. Under his leadership, Texas Tech track and field has captured 16 team Big 12 conference championships, produced 231 Big 12 individual champions, 34 NCAA champions, and 24 Olympians, young people who have represented this university and their countries on the world's biggest stage. Coach Kitley is a member of the Texas Tech Athletic Hall of Fame, the United States Track and Field Coaches Association Hall of Fame. And before building a powerhouse here in Lubbock, he built a dynasty at Abilene Christian University with an incredible 29 national championships. It's only fitting that we honor his tremendous legacy, his impact on countless student athletes, and his unwavering commitment and loyalty to Texas Tech by today announcing that we will forever be renaming the Drive of Champions, which runs from the access road of Marcia Sharp Freeway, in front of the Rawls School of Business, in front of the Fuller Track and Field Facility, in front of Rip Griffin Baseball Stadium, the Cash Family Nutrition Center, the Frazier Alumni Pavilion, and into Jones AT&T Stadium in the indoor track and field facility. This is one of the most highly trafficked areas for our student athletes and our coaches each and every day. We will be renaming this street to the West Kitley Drive of Champions. Let's recognize one of the greatest, Coach Kitley.
Thank you very much. Man, following KP was hard enough, but I wasn't expecting that. You know, I say something to my kids all the time, be humble and hungry, and I'm very, very honored by it. The greatest 27 years of my life have been here at Texas Tech. I'm in my 42nd year. For anybody to put up with anybody in the coaching world for that long is, I'm just very blessed. Linda and I raised 3 boys, my wife. They've all Red Raiders. Zach got to coach here and be his dream to coach at Texas Tech. It's just been incredible run for me. I'm not quite done yet, so I'm hoping I can last a little bit longer, but just unbelievably, I wasn't at all expecting anything about this. I've heard a few kidding about it, but in the past on Level or something on the radio, but just so blessed to be here. I can't tell you. Every year I have said this, that it's the greatest time to be at Texas Tech, but what else can you say? I mean, just look what our football team has done and the opportunities that we have been able to promote Texas Tech with, and I'm just a small part of that. I always want to have an opportunity to change a young person's life, and Texas Tech has given me that opportunity for so many years, and I'm going to try to keep doing it. But thank you again for putting up with me for all this time and for giving me the opportunity to raise my kids in Lubbock, Texas, the greatest place in the world to live. Thank you again. Appreciate you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my introductions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am pleased, on behalf of Midwestern State University, to recognize Dr. Melissa Nivens, who will become MSU's Associate Vice President for Innovation and Student Success on June 1st. Dr. Nivens currently serves as an Associate Professor of English and is the Faculty Director of our first-year Mustangs Adventure Program. Dr. Nivens has over 25 years of experience in education and 13 years at MSU. As the AVP for Innovation and Student Success, Dr. Nivens will primarily support the areas of teaching and learning, as well as student success and retention. Dr. Nivens' student-focused resume made her an ideal candidate for this position, and we are thrilled that she will be stepping into this role. Next, I am thrilled to share that we hosted the grand opening of our Student Success and Military Education Center last month, and it was so exciting to have Regent Cash and Regent Sweat there with us, of course, our Chancellor, and Senator Hagenbu, and other city leaders and officials. The center will provide expanded support services for active duty members, veterans, and military-connected students to help them continue their education and advance their careers while serving. And the aim of the Student Success Center is to support all students by connecting them with tools, resources, and guidance needed for academic success, retention, graduation, and career readiness. And we are just so grateful for the support and the guidance from Shepherd Air Force Base, as well as the Wichita Falls community and the state legislature, and for everyone who helped us to celebrate. And Chancellor Creighton, the base leadership was so touched by your remarks that they asked we give you this. And I will read the inscription for you. It says, "In deep appreciation for your steadfast commitment to the men and women of the United States Air Force, this brick, salvaged from the Shepherd Air Force Base Hospital, serves as a permanent reminder of your foundational connection to this space, the place where your mother was born. We are honored by your leadership and your enduring link to our mission."
Hey, President Haney, thank you for that. Yeah. Appreciate that. And I wanted to congratulate you on just the success of the building opening and just all the hard work that went into that, working in the community. And recently, it's wonderful to have this memento, especially mentioning that my mother was born at Shepherd Air Force Base. I thank you for that, and please tell them the same. I'll make sure that I extend a thank you in writing to them, and hopefully I can tell them in person. I wanted to mention to the board that recently President Haney was inducted into the NJET Hall of Fame. That is for the positioned at the base there. That's the Euro-NATO Joint Jet Pilot Training Program. It's a multinational Air Force pilot training program based at Shepherd. It's one of the premier fighter pilot training programs in the world. The Hall of Fame recognizes distinguished leaders, graduates, and contributors that have made an impact for the base and for military aviation and for defense for our nation. So President Haney was just recommended for induction, and the last inductee was Ross Perot Jr. So it just incredible to you. Thank you for bringing this to me, but I wanted to turn it back on you to give a heartfelt congratulations and just to tell you it was very evident to me how rooted you are in the community and how appreciated you are there. and what you're doing, not just for Midwestern State, but for our airmen, men and women, and thank you again for this honor.
Thank you.
Angelo State does not have any introductions or recognitions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Campbell and Regents. I'm excited today to share with y'all the announcement that was effective May 1st. Cole Johnson has been a part of our TTU system and HSC for 13 years, and I'm pleased to share that he is now serving as the Executive Vice President of Operations and Chief Operations Officer for our Health Sciences Center enterprise. This role was created in January as we divided the finance and operations functions to allow for greater focus and alignment across our university. For the last 15 months, Cole has led our Division of Rural Affairs, first in an interim role and then as Senior Vice President. During that time, he has strengthened the work of the F. Marie Hall Institute for Rural and Community Health and the Institute for Telehealth and Digital Innovation, advancing efforts to expand access to care and build meaningful partnerships across our state. Cole joined our HSC in 2012 and has held several leadership roles across rural health, enterprise administration, government relations, and executive operations. He also served as the executive chief of staff for myself and also Chancellor Emeritus Ted Mitchell. Thank you, Cole, for your leadership and for your continued commitment to our HSC. Thank you, Cole. I'm also so pleased today to share with you some of the work of our School of Pharmacy. In May, we will be, it is May, isn't it? Next week, we will be celebrating the 30th anniversary of our School of Pharmacy. And this School of Pharmacy is ranked in the U.S. News and World Report as one of the top graduate pharmacy programs in the nation. And I wanted to highlight for you one of the programs that they have done now. They have sponsored 100 events related to medication cleanout. And we have some team members here today who represent what medication cleanout is, and I want to tell you a little bit about that. This is a program that's done across our service area where individuals can come and dispose of sharps, disposables, medications that can't be turned back into a pharmacy or cannot, they encourage you not to flush them or throw them away. We collect this, these excuse me, these pharmaceuticals, dispose of them in conjunction with state and federal policies and officials. And this is also through our Poison Control Center. We have a Poison Control Center. There's 6 in the state. We are one of them, and this is in conjunction with our Poison Control Center. I think they have now done almost 190,000 pounds of pharmaceuticals over this time. I want to acknowledge the individuals who work on this program. We have Ronica Ferrer and Robbie Rivers, if y'all will stand. These two ladies have been present and organized all 100 events over a period of time since 2009. We also have Craig Cox, who's the Regional Dean of the School of Pharmacy, and Ashley Cummins, who's one of our third-year pharmacy students who has been involved in this effort as well. And so I want to recognize the great work of the School of Pharmacy. Thank you so much. And last, just wanted to share with you the great news of the culmination of some wonderful projects that the Health Sciences Center has been working on. To my left is the ribbon cutting for the first comprehensive cancer center just set west of I-35 in the state of Texas. This is a wonderful collaboration with our hospital partner UMC as well as the TLC2 Foundation out of eastern New Mexico. This facility is phenomenal. I want to thank Regent Culp. He was present as well. And it was a great day for the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center and for the people of the South Plains. We've got more announcements coming. There was some first in the state of Texas on the west side outside of MD Anderson procedures that happened here this last week. And so we are going to be excited to share as more of this occurs for this cancer center and what it means for our team and for the people of West Texas. In the top photo there on the slide, you will see a wonderful rural collaboration that we have built with Texas A&M. And this is through the College of Engineering. Texas A&M builds these clinics out of rail cars and they place them in communities. We have placed them in Fort Davis now, in Burton, Texas. I went into enemy territory, just wanted to let you know. And we cut the ribbon on this clinic. We provide the telehealth and the primary care through these clinics with plans to expand and do another additional 28 to 30 clinics across the state of Texas. And then lastly, yesterday was a great day for the people of the Permian Basin. We cut the ribbon on a 200-bed behavioral health facility, state-of-the-art, first of its type in the state of Texas. And it was truly a collaboration between us, our two hospital partners there, Odessa Medical Center, Midland Memorial Health, as well as our Permian Strategic Partnership, Scarborough. It was a phenomenal event, and we are proud to have Texas Tech physicians and Department of Psychiatry as a critical part of this opening. So that is some of the good news I wanted to share with you about the Health Sciences Center. Thank you.
Thank you.
And although I have no introductions, I do want to put President Haney on notice. Now that she's a part of the Top Gun program, we'll be deciding your nickname during executive session, Stacey.
Okay. Well, thank you for all the introductions and recognitions. But before we continue, I'd like to give another thank you to Eli Heath. Eli has served as our student regent since June of 2025, and his term will expire at the end of this month. Eli, we've enjoyed working with you and over the past year, and Eli will be continuing with his BS in chemical engineering at TTU and plans on attending medical school once he graduates. This summer, he will be an intern at Eli Lilly as a clinical drug development intern. Eli, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Campbell. I'm, truly grateful for the opportunity to have served this year as student regent. It's kind of hard to how quickly this year has gone by, and I know that it's pretty rare for a student to have this sort of experience and to sit in this seat and in this room and to learn from some of the most incredibly accomplished and respected people that I know. And it's, unique to one moment be in a classroom and then the next to be sitting alongside this board in decisions that shape 5 universities and the lives of people that I may never meet. And what this board does and the magnitude of the system that it governs is really remarkable. And this year, more than anything, has given me an appreciation for the care and the responsibility behind every decision. Because from this seat, I have seen the thoughtfulness behind all of the work, all of the questions asked, and the genuine commitment to serving people before anything. And I'm especially grateful to the Regents for welcoming me and for teaching me and for always considering the student voice in the decisions. And each of you has shown me something different about leadership, and learning from you has been the highlight of my term. Thinking back on the year, some of my favorite moments came also from talking with students. A lot of students asked me about tuition or facilities and academic programs, things that I expected and know how to answer. Unexpectedly, very often, students would ask the question that everybody seemed most curious about: how much do you get paid? And the answer, of course, is nothing. But that question made me think about the 9 members of the board, well, 8 today, but Regent Gordon is included in this. All of the regents have responsibilities far beyond this room. They run companies and nonprofits and have families and lives full of obligation. But each of you take a lot of time to be here and to sit here and to govern and chart the future of the Texas Tech University system. And I've seen the time and the dedication required to do this. And watching that up close has given me a true appreciation for the service and for the work that you all do. And as a student here, I'm thankful that the Texas Tech University system is governed by such an incredible board. I also want to thank Chancellor Mitchell and Chancellor Creighton. I've been fortunate to learn and serve under 2 chancellors during this year of both transition and momentum for the system, and both of them are just incredible and extraordinary people, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to have served under you both. And to the presidents and the provosts and all the administrators that I've had the opportunity to meet this year, a big and heartfelt thank you, because our conversations reminded me again and again that the Texas Tech University system is made up of thousands of people who care deeply about their campuses and who work every day to build something better. And then I also want to thank Kano, who seems to know everything about pretty much everything and has been my go-to person for all my questions this year. And then lastly, I just want to thank Governor Abbott, whose appointment made this opportunity possible for me. And serving as the student regent for the Texas Tech University system has been an honor. I came into this role hoping to represent students well, and I'm leaving with a much deeper understanding of what the responsibility of service means. And I know that I will carry the lessons from this year with me for the rest of my life. So thank you for your mentorship and your kindness and your trust. It's been a true privilege to serve this system, this board, and the 66,000 students of the Texas Tech University system. Thank you.
Eli, we really appreciate your service over the last year. You've done a great job. I think you're the either fifth or sixth student regent we've had. You've seen some and been a part of some very interesting discussions. But I would say that, I'm not going to tell you where you rank among those 5 or 6. I don't know if you've heard the others, but you've certainly done a great job, and we really appreciate it. Best of luck with everything. I have no doubt you're going to be a great success. So thank you. Okay, the next order of business is time for public comments. Section 01.02.9.c of the Regents rules allows the board chair to approve for members of the public to make a presentation for a reasonable amount of time on a topic listed on the agenda for the open portion of the board meeting. I was not aware of this section, but was made aware of it this week and approved a request for a TTU student to address the board today. So at this time, I call on Aaron Texador, an honors college student at TTU, to make a presentation to the board. Aaron has been allotted 3 minutes for his remarks. Aaron, please provide your remarks to the board.
Thank you and good morning. Today I want to talk about my concerns with the proposed Master's Program of Education with a major in school counseling. Now, personally, I believe that this is a great idea because it opens the door for many students to learn how to properly address mental health issues in school. However, I am worried about this implementation at this time. When people ask me why I originally chose tech, I originally had a hard time answering them. I mean, who would voluntarily take the 8-hour drive from Houston to Lubbock every 9 weeks? However, after these last 2 semesters, I finally learned why. It's the professors. And I've learned from the greatest professors here who know me by name. And when you get that connection with someone, you start to hear their story. Yet the story that I've been hearing, specifically in the psychology and education department, has been a story of fear. These teachers, people who have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of knowledge, are afraid to share it. They're worried that through Senate Bill 37, their classes, their jobs, and their livelihood will be at risk simply for speaking on peer-reviewed scientific fact. I'm worried about the creation of this new program, specifically tailored towards the psychology and education of our children, with professors who are not being able to list their concerns. This new push to change our education for the sake of workforce preparedness puts us at risk of losing accreditation from national boards, having an inverse effect. Now, you might be wondering why I'm speaking about this instead of them. I believe it's simple. They are scared. They're terrified to speak up and lose their position. And is a spirit of fear in our faculty the Texas Tech way? Is it the Lubbock way? No. We cannot, on one hand, say we support our education and with the other cover the mouths of our professors. I love Texas Tech. I was here waiting in line for the BYU game for God knows how long, and I fell in love with the Lubbock way. I love Tech enough to hold it accountable. I believe that to work towards the fullness of our education, we have to care more about our professors than our policies, our students more than our Senate bills, and our red raiders over our redactions. And I believe that we still can, because from here, it's possible. Thank you.
Aaron, thank you for those remarks. The next order of business is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the board meeting held on February 26th, 2026? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. We will continue to consider items as a committee of the whole, and I would ask Vice Chairman Wamble to preside over the committee of the whole. Mr. Wamble.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item for consideration is approval of the consent agenda, items A through N as listed on pages 1 through 41 of the agenda book, and acknowledgement of the information agenda as listed on pages 42 through 48. Is there any discussion of the items in either the consent or information agendas? As a reminder, if there's an item that you would like discussed in further detail or voted on separately from the consent agenda, you may request that the item be moved from the committee of the whole agenda. Hearing no discussion, Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the consent agenda and acknowledge its review of the information agenda as well.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Wamble.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the items to be considered by the committee of the whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Wamble. Kano, please present the schedule of upcoming board meetings for 26 and 27.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. At the dais in front of you is the proposed 2027 schedule. It was previously emailed as well. As standard, we're looking at 4 regular meetings beginning February 25, 26. We're still keeping these all as 2-day meetings in case we need the extra day, but understanding that we can always pivot to a 1-day meeting. We'll then have our May 6th and 7th meeting, followed by August 12th and 13th, and then we'll close out 2027 with November 11th and 12th. The cadence of meetings follow our traditional spacing. You'll notice that at this time we do not have a roadshow meeting listed, but I understand that could possibly change in the future. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Kano. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess in order to conduct committee meetings. The meeting of the board will reconvene upon adjournment of the last committee meeting of the day. We will now continue with committee meetings, which will take place sequentially. All regents serve as voting members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent serves as a member of the ACS committee as mandated by state law, is a non-voting member of this board. Actions resulting on the items from each committee are final and do not require additional approval by the full board. We will begin with the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Culp serves as chair and Regent Sinclair serves as vice chair of that committee. Mr. Culp, please continue with the Finance and Investments Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February the 26th, 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Mrs. Sloan, please present item number 1.
Good morning, Regents. The first item is to request that the board authorize a 2-year extension of the current contract with Salesforce at a cost of approximately $2 million per year. This will bring the total contract term to 6 years and a total cost of $17.4 million. Salesforce is a cloud-based customer relationship management platform, so that contract includes multiple products that support our student recruitment and marketing, our student success and retention, and our campus communications. These products have directly contributed to the enrollment growth, retention, and graduation rate increases that we have seen, and supports Texas Tech's mission of student-centered learning. Through this investment, TTU has been able to offer a connected experience all the way from our prospective students through current students, and in connecting our faculty and staff with the Raider Success Hub, our marketing cloud, and constituent relationship management used for student recruitment. Are there any questions that we may answer with this request?
If there are no questions, is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mrs. Sloan, please continue with item number 2.
This item is to request the board authorize the president or his designee to finalize negotiations and execute contracts for student apartments for next academic year. As all of you are probably aware, we have incredible increase in our enrollment, and especially with our first-time in college population, that has created housing demand that outpaces our current on-campus housing capacity. We prepared for this, and in February issued requests for proposals seeking competitive bids to secure temporary off-campus properties to meet student housing needs. We're currently seeking approval to finalize those negotiations and execute contracts for up to 300 beds at an estimated cost of just under $1 million per 100 beds to cover the annual rent and utilities. And so we have been very careful in considering those apartment complexes so that we are looking at apartment complexes that have the same walking distance as West Village to the center of our campus or off campus to the center of our campus. We will be supporting students with community advisors in those off campus, as well as other student support services, just as we would for the on-campus residents. This is approval for the contract, so that is a pass-through. So students would sign up for their housing and pay us their normal housing rate, and TTU pays the contract and the utilities for those off-campus houses. We will continue to monitor. Right now we are looking at 300 beds, but we will continue to monitor that throughout the summer months as we continue to accept and enroll students for the fall semester. Are there any other questions that we may answer with this request?
Noel, is this a complete pass-through, or is the school ended up subsidizing part of this 300-bed fee?
Yeah, it's the utility cost that's really the delta that we subsidize.
What's the dollar figure on that?
So we're at a the delta is going to depend on what we do off campus. Right now, the delta is probably about a 50,000 delta, but we may need to, we're looking at apartments that will also allow some double occupancy, so that may decrease it a little bit if we do some double occupancy in some of those rooms.
Is this 50,000 per 100 beds like you were doing the other numbers, or is this for all 300 beds?
That's for all 300.
And Dusty, part of the, or Chairman, Vice Chairman Womble, part of the delta is these apartment contracts are for 12 months, but our students pay 9 months for their rent, so we're having to make up that difference. About a quarter of that difference is part of the delta as well.
Which we're trying to negotiate that
Okay.
to be less.
Any other questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the item number 2 as presented?
So motion approved.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes. Thank you, Mrs. Sloan. Mrs. Harkey, please present item number 3.
Good morning. This is a request to approve authorization to finalize and execute 2 10-year leases in our Amarillo campus. It's a total of 34,000 square feet at $20.50 a square foot for year 1 with a 3% annual escalation increase. We do have a tenant allowance in there for some renovations and are expected that there's a possibility we may need to invest some of our funding in addition to that for additional renovations, which we will pay in year 1. This will house our subspecialties of our pediatrics clinic, which are currently co-located with our general pediatrics clinic in our current facility on campus in owned facilities. This will allow us to expand our general pediatrics capacity, almost double, and then provide specialized facilities for certain things like, a tilt table and various things in our cardiology program. It also is going to allow relocation of our psychiatry department. Our psychiatry department is in a very older facility, and it only occupies about 2,500 square feet. We need to have additional square footage for this so that we can build a pediatrics or a psychiatry residency program. Questions on this?
Thank you, Mrs. Harkey. If there are no questions, is there a motion to approve item 3 as presented?
Motion approved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you, Mrs. Harkey. Mr. Barrett? Please present item number 4. Mr. Barrett is our Chief Investment Officer. He's going to present the investment performance update.
Good morning, Chairman, Regents. Today I'll walk through the investment performance. Just a reminder, this is as of February. LTIF is the endowment, the long-term investment fund. As you guys probably know, it consists of really 2 sub-portfolios in a global 65-35 structure. CCIP is the operating reserve funds. That's made up of bank accounts, treasury portfolio, and what we call the NCS, which is more longer-term operating money that we run at the Office of Investments. The MDIF, you guys might recall, is the mission-directed investment fund, and it holds all approved mission-directed investments governed by the Regent rules. So how's LTIF doing? It had a pretty strong quarter to date, up 3%. Over the 1-year period, we're up about 15%, and over the 3-year, 11.5%. And you can see over longer periods, it's running around 9%. I would say on a 10-year rolling basis, this is one of the best 10-year periods we've had in a long time when you start getting really close to double digits. If you want to break it apart and look at the 2 sub-portfolios, the top one is the growth portfolio. Think of that as public equities, private equity, real estate, things like that. That portfolio has had a great run this year. It's up over 20%, up over 14% over the 3 years, and you can see it trails off around 12%, really close to 13% over longer periods. What's really driving that? I'll tell you, it's a lot of AI talk. It's the same thing you guys see in the news every day. Our equity portfolio and our portable alpha strategy is going through the roof, and the markets are really being driven by that big CapEx expenditure on AI. Stable value, which is more credit and loans and lending type strategies, is meant to be consistent and kind of the anchor. You can see over the 1 year, it's slightly behind the Bloomberg Ag at 6.7, but over longer periods, absolutely done phenomenal compared to the Ag. I mean, you can go all the way to the 10-year, and it's a 5% return versus a 1% return, which is pretty amazing. So this chart I like a lot. It just shows the long-term objective of LTIF, right? So LTIF is, the endowment is the red line. You can see that's about a 7.5% annualized return. When you go down to CPI plus 5, you can think of that as the whole point of the endowment, right? It's to grow it at an inflation-adjusted rate and make that payout, which is what the 5% represents. And we're keeping pace with that pretty well. We fell behind this last few years just because inflation surged, but as that inflation comes down, we're making up ground. And of course, you guys know this chart. This is one of my favorite charts in the book, and it really shows a symbiotic relationship between institutional advancement and us. And you can kind of see that the whole team across the TTU system has a part in how the endowment does and how it grows. So if you look at the far right-hand side, the tall chart there, the red line is the investment returns. So investment returns, I can't actually read that very well, but it's $1.5 billion. The black line is the spending, so we're paying that out to students and endowments. That's over $1 billion, which is phenomenal. And then the additions, which Patrick and everybody at institutional advancement takes part in, that's that gray line, which is almost as high as the investment returns. So it's that relationship of that money coming in, the distributions going out and growing the pot that makes all this work. So huge kudos to everybody involved. So this is just a little bit more detail on the portfolio. The things I would point you to are probably 2 things within the growth portfolio. Portable alpha has been on a tear. That's the largest component. You can see that's almost $600 million of exposure. That's up 30.5% over the last year. And the market, i.e. the MSCI ACWI ex China, is up 24%. So that's a substantial outperformance. And you can see that outperformance consists and continues if you go out over all time periods. So portable alpha is really working. My team has worked really hard to tighten up the active equity managers, and you can see the word that says active under portable alpha. Those are active equity managers. It's matching portable alpha on the 1 year, and just slightly behind it on other years. But that's a feat because there's not very many active equity managers that outperform. So they've done a great job there. Where we struggled, and we've talked about this before, is private equity has not done well the last 3 years, but we're now seeing that start to change. So there is a lot of hope in the private equity portfolio in that we're up 8% this year. And some of the strategies that I'll show you in NCS later, because their private equity looks really good, those same strategies are in LTIF as well. And what's driving a lot of that is now venture capital starting to have some quarterly marks that are up. In fact, we had 3 guys that had 30% up quarters. And we're also seeing the secondary strategies that are in the NCS do really well in LTIF. So that portfolio is starting to turn around very nicely. Hedge funds have done well. That's what drives the portable alpha. You can see that on the alpha pool net line. And then the debt strategies over time have done well. You can see 11.3 on the 1 year for private debt is really the high driver. Public debt, which is more tradable debt, is doing well at 6.6. So here I'll talk about the CCIP just a minute. It's had a record year, up 13.8% and over 10% over the 3 years. This portfolio is benchmarked against a global 60-40. When you think of that 60-40, though, you got to take into account the Treasury portfolio as well as NCS into that construction. The non-current segment, which is what we run at the Office of Investment, had a banner year, up 19.2, over the 3-year period up over 14%. All of this is done in conjunction with the committee that has the CFOs on it, including CFO Malden, where we changed the allocation a couple years ago and got a little more aggressive in this portfolio, and all of that's paying off. Cash and contingency has done really well at 4.6 on the 1 year and over 5 on the 3-year period. So what's driving everything in the NCS portfolio? It's very similar. The public equity portfolio is up over 24%, and private equity is up 28%. Now, I will caution you on private equity within this portfolio is 100% secondaries. So when you invest in secondaries, you get a big pop right out of the gate, and then it kind of stair steps down over time. So you're seeing that big pop right now. We expect that portfolio to kind of do between 15 and 20 long term. Stable value's done very well over the period. It's up about 4.8 over the 1 year, the 3 year 5.4. That portfolio continues to do well. We'll touch on the cash segment just for a second here, and I think the one thing I'd like to point out is that when you look at the Logic ST or the Texas class and look at December through February, is what you're seeing is just a slight downtick in the rate of return or the yield in those. That may start to reverse as we see Iran have impact on inflation going forward. We may see a slight uptick on that. The contingency segment is made up of agencies, municipals, and treasuries. You can see the yield to maturity on the far right, and you can just, this is really mostly a buy and hold portfolio, so you're gonna get that 3.7% return over time as you hold that. The treasury team does a fantastic job of moving this portfolio around and getting the highest yield possible. And that's all my remarks for today, unless there's any questions.
Any comments or questions for Mr. Barrett? Mr. Barrett, congratulations, job well done. Track record looks very strong. Let's hope we can continue that. I know it's a team effort between you, Tim Bruce and his group, Patrick Kramer, and certainly James Malden. It's a team effort, and thank you for your hard work. The IRC meetings that we've had have been fantastic, and enjoyed learning more about our finance and investments as we move forward. So thanks again for your hard work.
I appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Regent Culp. Next up is the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Sweat serves as chair, and Regent Sinclair serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Sweat, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
Mr. Chairman, before addressing the business of the committee, I would like to take a moment to personally thank Student Regent Heath for his dedication and service on the ACS committee. It's been so refreshing. It's been a joy and a pleasure to have the student perspective and the student voice at all of our meetings. And the fact that you have found time in your busy schedule to spend with us, we deeply appreciate it. He's also maintained a 4.0 GPA during that time. So we wish you the very best as you move forward.
Regent Sweat, would it be inappropriate for me to add my thanks and congratulations as a Red Raider for what Eli, how he's represented the system, but especially Texas Tech. You mentioned he was a 4.0 student. He was also recognized this year as a Goldwater Scholar, one of 3 Goldwater Scholars at Texas Tech University. But he's a wonderful student, but I think anybody who knows Eli would first of all say he's a wonderful person. He exudes kindness, and in our conversations about his role as representing the students, I can assure everyone he took that very seriously.
Thank you. All right. So the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February the 26th, 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Hendrick, please begin with item 1. Dr. Hendrick.
Yeah, I'm standing in for Dr. Hendrick. Thank you.
Much better, Dr. Hendrick.
Okay. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve a new degree program, a Master's of Education with a major in school counseling. This program will be offered 100% online. The program will be housed in the Department of Educational Psychology, Leadership, and Counseling in the College of Education. The Master's of Education in School Counseling is a 48-hour graduate degree program designed to prepare responsive, ethical, and skilled professional school counselors to work in the pre-K through 12 setting, emphasizing developmental, academic, career, and mental health support. The program combines rigorous coursework with supervised field experiences. Students gain expertise in evidence-based counseling strategies, ethical and legal standards, data-driven program development, and a collaborative engagement with families, educators, and communities. Graduates meet the academic requirements for certification as school counselors in Texas and are equipped to advocate for student success through comprehensive school counseling programs. In review of existing programs in Texas, there are 4 institutions that offer a Master's of Education program in school counseling. We predict 10 new students enroll in year 1, growing to at least 25 students in the program by year 5. The 5-year cost estimates are $515,000, which includes personnel, student scholarships, and marketing as the main expenses. 5-year funding estimates are $1.4 million, which includes tuition fees as well as anticipated new formula funding. Your approval today authorizes the provost to submit the program to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and to the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools for certification and acknowledgement of this new degree program.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Cindy, can you do Darren's too?
Please.
Dr. D'Agostino, please continue with item 2.
Thank you. I'm really excited today to present a new program for Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the establishment of a Doctor of Nurse Practice Nurse Anesthesia program at TTU-HSC within the School of Nursing. Approval today will allow us to submit this this request to the Coordinating Board for approval. The proposed CRNA program is designed to prepare advanced practice nurses to meet the growing demand for anesthesia providers, particularly in West Texas, where this is a major issue. The program will be the first in West Texas. It'll be a nurse anesthesia program that is expected to significantly expand access to care and strengthen the regional healthcare workforces, particularly in the surgical subspecialties and ambulatory care where anesthesia is needed. This aligns perfectly with TTU-HSC's mission to advance health through education, innovation, and service. This is a 36-month program. It's a doctoral program, and it integrates didactics, simulation, and clinical experiences across TTU-HSC. And the program is designed to complement existing educational offerings and to leverage current institutional infrastructure, and in particular, our very strong clinical partnerships. Enrollment is projected to begin with a cohort of 15 students, as outlined in Table 1. We are expecting a steady state of enrollment of 43 students per year, and we expect graduates to begin in year 3. The projected 5-year costs of funding, I have to apologize, in my edits I missed one number, so the projected 5-year estimated cost is $10,591,000. An earlier number is represented on page 6. We've already identified that, and that will be edited. It is correct in the table, in Table 2. The funding to support this program is also projected to be at $12,220,000. This is a 5-year projection, and it will include tuition and fees generated by program enrollment, new institutional school-level funds, reallocation of existing resources within the school, and anticipated formula funding. The program is expected to be financially sustainable, with revenues exceeding projected costs within 4 years. This proposed program represents a very strategic investment in the workforce, particularly in West Texas, where it's desperately needed. It addresses critical shortages for anesthesia providers, and it strengthens TTU-HSC's academic and clinical mission. The program is academically rigorous, operationally feasible, and financially sustainable, with very strong alignment with our institutional priorities and the workforce needs within the regions we serve. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? There being no further questions, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you.
Dr. Lang. please.
Thank you, Regent Sweat. With the concurrence of the Chancellor, I'm recommending to you that you grant approval for a new degree program in the School of Dentistry that would provide a Master's of Science in Dentistry and a certificate in orthodontics and dentofacial orthopedics. This will be a program that is in compliance with the Commission on Dental Accreditation and with CODA, and with your approval will allow us to submit it to both the coordinating board and also to SAC COC as well. It's a 34-month program housed within the school, Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine. Will admit 3 students per year, and it will collaborate with the oral maxillofacial program. Christina's handing out a correction, a typo. It'll be a self-sustaining program over 5 years and reach the break-even point at 3 years. Just clarified for the funding one of the typographical errors, but the numbers do not change. The cost of the program is projected to be $5.8 million over the 5 years and will generate $7.5 million in revenues. And the revenues will exceed cost expenses after that. And it's designed to meet a significant healthcare need in West Texas, in which there are no orthodontic training programs at all. So we'd ask your approval to proceed with the program.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? There being no further questions, I move to approve the item as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Regent Sweat. Next to meet is the Audit Committee. Regent Cash serves as the chair, and Regent McCreakin serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Cash, please continue with the Audit Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit Committee is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 26, 2026.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Mrs. Cook and Mr. Copeland, would you please present item number 1?
Good morning. My name is Amy Cook. I'm an Associate Vice President for Research at Texas Tech University. I also serve currently as the Research Security Officer for the Texas Tech University system for purposes of state compliance. I represent the Texas Tech University system as a voting member on the Higher Education Research Security Council.
Well, good morning. I'm Chad Copeland. I'm the Research Compliance Officer, Senior Director for the Texas Tech Health Science Center, and I represent the Health Science Center regarding the Higher Education Research Council.
So this briefing today is designed to use across all Texas university systems and is intentionally framed for Board of Regents. Today's purpose is to provide a concise overview of House Bill 127 and what it requires and why it matters from your perspective. What must be in place for the first certification period, which is the end of this fiscal year? What is the Higher Education Research Security Council, and how this fits into statewide implementation, and what to expect for the August certification from this board. House Bill 127 moves research security into the boardroom. It creates an oversight framework that spans governance, certification, funding, and statewide coordination. Our focus today is on the parts of the law that matter most to the regents: board obligations, implementation timing, first certification readiness, and the Higher Education Research Security's role in developing standards and processes that institutions will ultimately have to follow. Very straightforward agenda, why House Bill 127 matters at the board level, what it represents as a shift in the role of governing boards, walk through what is required for the 2026 certification requirements, the implementation timeline for the entire House Bill 127, and what drives board attention. We'll briefly explain what the Higher Education Research Security Council role and structure is, and what the board should focus on now. House Bill 127 shifts research security from a largely operational issue to a recurring governance responsibility. Under this framework, the board is no longer merely informed about research security. The board must ensure that the right control environments exist, that the institution or system, in collaboration with the RSO and the institutions, has the appropriate research security structure and resources, that required reporting flows upward, and that annual certification can be made with confidence. The law does 4 key things. It creates the Higher Education Research Security Council as the statewide coordinating body for standards and best practices. It adds Chapter 51B to the Education Code, establishing new requirements for foreign travel, software, gifts, academic partnerships, student organizations, and screening. It requires annual certification before any state appropriations can be spent. And it increases the consequences of noncompliance by introducing audit exposure, legislative testimony, and funding risk.
There are 5 current active requirements for House Bill 127. Institutions must ensure that all recognized student organizations comply with the law's prohibitions on gifts and contracts from foreign adversaries. A research security office must be established. Institutions must have a risk-based framework for foreign travel. Institutions must comply with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board prohibited software list, and the board must be able to certify compliance of these requirements. It is important to distinguish active requirements from standards that are currently deferred pending adoption by the Higher Education Research Security Council. These deferred standards will be gifts from foreign adversaries, academic partnerships with foreign adversary sources, and screening of certain foreign researchers. These rules will become effective after the Texas Higher Education Research Security Council finalizes the governing standards. As the board, Your next task is to certify what is active now and also ensure that the systems institutions are prepared for the new task in the future. There's a timeline for House Bill 127. As you can see, it's front-loaded for this first year. The law became effective on September 1, 2025. The Higher Education Research Security Council appointments were due on October 1st, 2025. The first meeting of the council occurred in December of 2025. The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board published their first list of prohibited software on March 5th, 2025. And the target for the first board certification of each system is August 2026. The timing for this matters because the board is being asked to oversee implementation while the system is still being developed. Certain measures are in place and others will be added and be finalized in the coming years. The Higher Education Research Security Council is a statewide steward of research security effectiveness established by House Bill 127. It is expected to shape how research security is carried out across Texas by setting best practices, developing model policy, conducting training, supporting accreditation, guiding screening processes, and working with the coordinating board on software issues. The Security Council provides the state with a common framework, ensuring that the boards do not operate in isolation. The council is composed of one voting member from each public university system and Texas Southern, one additional non-voting member from boards that oversee a medical school, and any private R01 institutions are allowed to be included if they choose to do so. Currently, there are 17 members of the council, and all public institutions, public education institutions in Texas are part of that council.
And I'll add that both Chad and I serve on subcommittees in this Higher Education Research Security Council, and I currently serve as the secretary of this group. So this right here is just an overview slide of what research security framework looks like from a very basic level to a very high level, excuse me, from an R1 institution. Texas Tech University is an R1 institution, and we have over the past few years, ever since Dr. Mitchell appointed me as the research security officer, tried to strive to bring all of our component institutions in alignment with the Tier 1 compliance requirements. So what should the board ask institutions now? This final slide translates the statute into a practical oversight framework for the regents. Is our research security structure clear, accountable, and board ready? Are the active now requirements operating across all institutions, or are they only partially implemented? Can we defend our certification with documentation, and are we prepared for the next level of standards? Currently, Texas Tech University System is working in a research security service center model. As the research security officer for the system, I work with these 4 individuals as research security liaisons at each institution. Last year, we signed an MOU to ensure that we are working collaboratively, that we are not wasting resources, and that we are providing the expertise that we currently have at the Texas Tech University campus to try to assist in developing what is needed for each component institution. Over the last year, we've met with these individuals to help try to see what their current business processes are and to provide information and as much resources as we can to help them align their current processes with House Bill 127. What questions can Chad and I answer for you?
Amy, first and foremost, my hat's off to both of you. This has been quite a bit of a big undertaking to get to this point from the certification process. Once we get past the August certification process, the ongoing, give us some ideas around ongoing compliance that we will have to adhere to. And then you guys have done a tremendous amount of work with, quite frankly, no staff at all. So what are the staffing requirements? How does this look moving forward?
Do you want to speak to the next state of requirements? Okay.
The next state of requirements will involve more standards involving foreign researchers, involving vetting them, more involvement in the education process, an accreditation of our research security program. These are some of the things that the council is now working on, and we'll have more information. It's kind of a tiered approach. We have the baseline, and we're going to add to it in the coming years.
And assuming that as our AAU aspirations grow, the more researchers that we bring in, this doesn't baseline, it continues to grow.
Correct.
And I will say that I believe that this system is already ahead of the curve as we have worked to implement the executive order GA48. We have already started working internally at Texas Tech and with the component institutions on identifying a screening process. So we already have a process that we're working on putting in place. As far as resources, correct, we don't have a lot of resources for this initiative. The Research Security Service Center, each component institution has put in a certain amount to try to support a software program that we have to help with screening and to support some administrative support. However, this continues to grow. It's going to grow into a full-time role outside of what I'm currently doing. So I do believe that there needs to be some kind of discussion on what that looks like. I will say that we do have representatives from the House Committee on Higher Education on the Higher Education Research Security Council, and there is discussion that they will go back to the legislature to ask for funding for supporting this mandate.
Chairman Cash, Amy's done a phenomenal job at this, but we did this with bubble gum and baling wire, just trying to make sure that we hit all the benchmarks for what you had to have to comply. But as the research enterprise in general grows, this is going to have to grow.
Amy, does House Bill, do you know if House Bill 127 applies to all public and private colleges and universities, community colleges statewide, or is it just the R1 and R2?
It does not, it applies to anybody who is going to receive state appropriated funding. And then private institutions have the opportunity to participate in the Research Security Council.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you both. Are there any other questions or comments? Well, thank you, Mrs. Cook and Mr. Copeland, for that report. Mrs. Jack, would you please present item number 2?
Good morning. There we go. At the last board meeting, I highlighted the top 10 risks in higher education for 2026 based on a survey conducted by United Educators. And today I thought I would highlight the top 10 IT risks in 2026 as reported by the Emanir Group. They are a leading assurance and advisory firm specializing in IT governance, risk management, and cybersecurity, primarily in the healthcare and higher education industries. So here are the first 5 of the top 10, and some of these are consistent over time and will remain so, particularly identity and access management and privileged access. Those will probably always be among the top IT risks. But there are a few that I wanted to highlight that have emerged over the past couple of years. We've already heard talk about AI in various presentations this morning, but AI governance is a top risk. And this is because AI adoption is really outpacing the governance and oversight over AI and the tools that are used. So this could be both a regulatory risk as well as a reputational risk. Another one, as you know, Amy and Chad just mentioned, is research data security. Our university research remains a top target for theft, so that's why that one shows up on this list. Moving on, ransomware, that's, continues to be a top risk, and universities remain prime targets for this. Another interesting one is also another one related to AI, and it's AI-driven phishing. These attacks are now using AI and making them much harder and more sophisticated, harder to detect because of the sophistication. And then lastly, I thought I would just mention lack of board oversight. And this can be a risk if the IT objectives are not in alignment with our organizational objectives, or if IT operations are not adequately supported and funded. Our system IT and institutional IT teams are on the front lines against these risks, and they do a great job. And then my audit team also tries to provide as much coverage for these risks as we can through our audit work. But this truly is a team effort, and I do appreciate the relationships and the collaboration that we have amongst the IT and audit teams as we try to mitigate these risks. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Jack, for that report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Cash. Our last committee to meet today is the Facilities Committee. Regent Acosta serves as the chair, and Regent Cash serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Acosta, please continue with the Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee meeting is called to order. I move to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February the 26th, 2026.
So moved. I'll second.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, good morning.
Good morning, Madam
Please
Chair.
begin with item number 1.
Thank you very much. So item number 1 is for HSC. This is to approve a concept and authorize expenditures of the TTU HSC Permian Basin Multi-Specialty Clinic Project for Design Professional Stage 1 Design Services. So this is a map that shows a little bit of our presence in the Permian Basin. Bottom left is our Odessa campus. Top right is the HSC School of Health Professions Physician's Assistant located on the Midland Community College campus. And then the project we're going to talk about today is the Permian Basin Multi-Specialty Clinic that's at the Beacon, a healthy living community. So the vision for the Beacon is to create a model community that establishes a new benchmark for healthy living in the region. The vision's built on 4 key components. Those components are healthcare, education, culture, parks, and open spaces. The Beacon is envisioned to become a vibrant, flourishing model community with healthcare at its core. When it's completed, it'll be over 250 acres of healthcare delivery, research, support spaces, as well as the residential and retail spaces. And you can see the location of our project will be there, and it's actually sitting in the medical district there. So the project overview, the proposed facility will consolidate multiple specialty clinics along with essential supporting services, which may include outpatient and subspecialty clinics, infusion center, infusion pharmacy, advanced imaging, endoscopy suite, rehabilitation services, phlebotomy, and laboratory services, along with administrative and staff support. And as we move through the project and we do our programming, we'll determine whether ambulatory surgery center is needed and if we have the funding to do that. The design, this has a little bit different design. We're not going to be building Spanish Ren in this community. They do have their own design guidelines, so we'll kind of incorporate a little of both. We want to make sure the tech brand is represented in the community, and so we'll work hard with our architects to do that. So the scope of services, we're ready to put our design professional on to start design. And so they will do space utilization study. They'll also be doing some kind of gap analysis for what clinical spaces that we need there, programming, schematic design, statement of probable costs, and also some type of schedule that we can hand off to HSC for expectations. So the project budget is $4 million, the majority of that being the professional services to kick off design. Total budget $4 million. And Madam Chair, the recommendation is to approve the concept for the project and authorize the chancellor or the chancellor's designee to move forward with the TTU HSC Permian Basin Multi-Specialty Clinic, approve the $4 million to start stage 1 design with our professionals, and then we're recognizing that the project budget's about $150 million. So we want to award a design professional agreement and authorize stage 1 design services. and the expenditure will be funded with institutional funds. And I don't know if President Rice Spearman wants to tag in here or not.
Yes, this is a critical next step for us to expand access to care in the Permian Basin area. We have had a strong foothold in primary care in these counties that we consider the Permian Basin 17 counties in that area as well as eastern New Mexico. And while we've done a great job with primary care, the community is now asking us to step forward and establish multi-specialty clinics in this area as they have continued to have retirements and have been able to fill private physicians in this area. It is desperately needed. All of the studies that we have done continue to show lack of access to care for specialty care. I think Regent Culp and can speak to that as well. So we are excited. Chancellor Creighton and I did a preliminary presentation to Beacon a few months ago. They are excited to see us bring this forward and are discussing opportunities for land. That is a prime location on 191 between Midland and Odessa, and so we are excited about this next step in the Permian Basin.
Yeah, if I may add just a few comments, Madam Chair. As a 45-year resident of the city of Midland, Texas, and have seen my primary care doctors and secondary care doctors retire, move on, we've had not any backfill in the Permian Basin. And the directive that the board gave to Dr. Rice Spearman is we need to ramp up in the Midland, Odessa, in the 17-county area as well. I'm extremely excited. They're changing the landscape of medical care, health care in the Permian Basin, not just Midland, Odessa, but the surrounding communities as well. I hope I live long enough to be the recipient of some of this primary care, but it's extremely exciting what they're doing at the Beacon, is Mr. Breedlove mentioned before, and the pediatrics, the urology, it's everything. We're weak in every single primary care area in the Permian Basin. It's very exciting to see what's going to happen over the next 3 or 4 years. So thank you, Dr. Rice Spearman, for your incredible team, Ashley and your group. Love seeing you in the Permian Basin. You're welcome anytime, and again, excited to see the development as we move forward.
Thank you, Regent Cole.
We're at an age where we're going to need specialty.
Did you hear about the new psychiatric that was opened in the Permian Basin? I'll be right behind you, Dr. Mitchell.
I bet we could put your name on 2 places in that building too, if you want to hold your spot.
Well, Regent Culp, thank you for that perspective and your comments. And again, you know, we are so proud of the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center and all that you continue to do out just through all of West Texas and the 17 counties and more, and the vision. It's just so exciting for us as Regents to be a part of this. And again, thank you for your leadership. Are there any other questions? Is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Breedlove, excited for you to continue with item 2.
Thank you, ma'am. So just wanted to touch a little bit more on the MSU Student Success and Military Education Center. You can see a photo that proves that Regent Cash was there, but Regent Sweat and Cash and Chancellor Creighton was there along with President Haney, and a huge contingency from Shepherd Air Force Base, where we got to hear the speakers talk about how much this base means to them in this program right here. And we also had State Senator Hagenbu also. So a great turnout, great speeches that went along. We took a warehouse space. This was actually it's on the 2nd floor of the Bridwell Activity Center. Took a warehouse space because of the vision that the provost and the president had for this education center. And so we converted it over. You can see the beautiful space that we have, along with conference rooms. The top right was a space designed by Luke Rieger in our office. It's a children's area, just so we can accommodate the families for these folks too. So I want, one of the things that one of the speakers said that kind of touched me was, we get to provide a service for those who serve us. And so that was this might not be our largest project, but it's so significant, and the impact that it's going to have on those families and those students in that community is just mind-boggling. So I just want to share that with you, and I don't know if anybody else has anything.
Stacy, I will just tell you, we get to see quite a few of these projects, and Marcy too. But I don't think I've ever seen one that was so dialed in with the community, with the university, with the federal government and the Air Force. And to see that collide and to see all of that, just that goodwill, my hat's off to you and Marcy and your team for putting that together. I think that will do incredible things for Wichita Falls and that community for future, so.
Well, thank you for that. It has been an incredibly rewarding process and project for us. And I will say, listening to our partners and letting them tell us, here's what we need. And the room for the children was one of those where they said, you know, our airmen will have children. So we're like, okay, let's figure that out. And all along the way, that partnership you could see. And then our community coming in as well and supporting with scholarships and resources and helping us to build it.
Did Billy get the door knob on it?
I understand Billy's
It's
working
not
on the
totally
doorknob.
finished. We're getting there. We're getting.
But thank you for your keen eye. We appreciated that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Madam Chair, that's all my comments in my report, unless somebody has a question for me.
Are there any questions regarding the facilities report? Thank you, Mr. Breedlove, for the report. And Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Regina Costa. And thank you, everyone. That concludes the business to be handled by our committees. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071 through 0.074 and 76 of the Texas Government Code. We will move to Committee Room 106 for executive session. The board will now reconvene into open session and will continue to meet as a committee of the whole and in meeting of the board. Regent Womble, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 9 motions for consideration. They will sound strikingly similar. Motion number 1, I move that the board authorize President Skuvenek or his designee to conclude negotiations and execute the necessary documents for sale of real property owned by Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Motion number 2, I move that Texas Tech University System Board of Regents authorize President Skuvenek or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents to add additional Texas Tech University land in Lubbock, Texas to the existing ground lease with the Red Raider Facilities Foundation previously approved by the board on March 6, 2025, or execute a ground lease to accomplish the same purpose and to execute all ancillary agreements and to take all further actions deemed necessary to effect this authorization on terms deemed most beneficial to Texas Tech University, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Motion number 3, I move that Texas Tech University System Board of Regents authorize Chancellor Creighton and President Skuvenek or their respective designees to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents to potentially modify or draft a new ground lease with the Red Raider Facilities Foundation previously approved by the board on March 6, 2025, in order to allow Red Raider Facilities Foundation to construct a facility that will ultimately be owned and controlled by the Texas Tech University System, and to execute all ancillary agreements and take all further actions deemed necessary to effect this authorization on terms deemed most beneficial to Texas Tech University, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. So, yeah, motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Item number 4, I move that Texas Tech University System Board of Regents authorize President Skuvenek or his designee to execute the necessary documents with the Red Raider Facilities Foundation and authorize expenditures of the Residence Hall project for a total project budget of $130 million, and to execute all ancillary agreements and take other necessary and appropriate actions deemed necessary to effect this authorization on terms deemed most beneficial to Texas Tech University, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session. Regent Acosta.
Vice Chair Womble, may the record show that I have a conflict with the motion being presented, and I will abstain from voting on this item.
Thank you.
Did
I already made the
Okay,
motion.
all right, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Motion number 5, I move that the board authorize President Rice Spearman or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documentations for a contract necessary for management of electronic medical records at TTU HSC campuses, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Motion number 6, I move that the board authorize President Rice Spearman or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of real property in Midland, Texas, as identified in executive session, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes.
Number 7, I move that the board authorize President Rice Spearman or her designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of real property in Lubbock, Texas, as identified in executive session, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion passes.
Good news, we only have 8, not 9, so this is the last one. I move that the board authorize President Lang or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of real property in El Paso, Texas, as identified in executive session, all under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the motions prepared during executive session.
Thank you, Regent Womble. The final item of business is announcements. Are there any other announcements at this time? There, hearing none, and there being no further business to come before this board, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So this meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System stands adjourned.